Hey, my darling. Okay, so it's my intention to get this finished. Let's see. I will. Swap to get experience. Oh no! What happened to you, like you little sweet dragon? I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? Then why do I feel like we're not alone? Like there's another presence here. Oh, fuck off. I was in the middle of a conversation there. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? Then why do I feel like we're not alone? Like there's another presence with us. Something dark and mournful. What was this, I wonder? There's a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort. Partially melted? In a strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, it feels as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory Meteon led us to believe. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. Where is the Stinian? Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Be careful, Elita. I cannot shake the feeling that we're being watched. God, you don't think there are ghosts here, do you? The metallic pillar has partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made. Though its builders were surely not men as we conceived them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. I know this pattern, but from where? And so I get my first shared fate here. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship is all surrounded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we're near the edge of an island. If you can call it that. Surrounded by floating debris. Have care should you climb higher. Were you to fall, we'll tumble through the great expanse for all eternity. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions when we're in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. Elita, a word before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgar's armor and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Bah. Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons as they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? It seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning that others should see them as well. Dragons? 'Tis true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. Surely my eyes deceive me, this cannot be possible. My sight must have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Meteon herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed this sanctuary herself. Look there. Are those ghosts, do you think?
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
His will was strong enough to reshape Ultima Thule that we might survive. That I might see him again, his sacrifice must not be wasted. I understand now why the Lockfeet were surprised to find this environment could sustain life. There, but for Thancred's sacrifice. He can't really be gone, can he? Meteion herself said his soul persists. But he is the reason we're still breathing. If so, then maybe... My aim was true. I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we cannot attack? It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Meteion's will. Yet here we are. Would that price for his victory have not been so high? Despite Meteion's words, Urianger cannot accept his comrade is gone. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice, he hath offered us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Elita, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they will enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to a quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. A visitor, not of this star? Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee! Alas! With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. I pray leave us to our silence. To break it serves only to mark time's passage. We shall not suffer the remainders of its flow. Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry over long. The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled these skies, will our kingdom return? Should I boast that I was the first among our hunters? Will the comrades I failed live again? Nay, once I lived, and now I await the coming oblivion, nothing more. This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us now to our mourning, traveller. Thou wilt find no solace here. To dwell on the past yield us not. Our desires meant little to our destiny, and less now. Yet regrets find me nevertheless. To dwell on the past yield us not. Our desires meant little to destiny, and dwell less now. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength and body, we knew only love, before they came. Metal monstrosities, black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame, stilled now are the winds, though none could feel these wings, burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. I beg thee, leave me to dream, to forget that which we have lost. Ere the metal came, my kitten and I were many and splendid, elegant worms like unto ripples in the water, worms possessed of limbs so powerful as to rend the land twain. Worms I have long since forgotten, faces lost to the tides of time. Drink not of the spring, tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait an end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Stay and ponder the lesson, or go in ignorant defiance. I remain, for I dare not look upon Amnol, font of our greatest loss. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Aetherius. Midgarsummer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. The stench of these eggs is fierce as any weapon. Would that there were winds to carry it away. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The substance's half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious fetor is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaked in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to be broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, I'll search the plains. poor girl. The boisterous howling has been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerged as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or to be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. The brief dragon has fallen silent, leaving the Stinian to sigh with frustration. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. With luck they'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. I chanced to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons? We would hear what the dragons had to share with you, even if it's no different from what they told Urianji. It would have value. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see, they wish to escape what they perceive as a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Elita, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed the invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside the space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok, and asked the Loperites to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it's indeed emotion that governs this island. Perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they've chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on the island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, then what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteor meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas ultimate Thule's architect Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance encounter a dragon possessed of despair, far more potent than most. potent enough mayhap to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain, may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
I'm very crushed, and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled, heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives, a curse as we wait the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Arcane? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It matters not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us. Stay back!
Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from life.
I see. This is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Justinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
We'll find a way to restore them. We will. I'm sure of it. Castron Deca Otto. This sector is a recreation of the 18th civilization encountered by Meteon and her sisters. Ruined and desolate, the world it represents is once the abode of crowned race of dragons who were driven to extinction in a titanic struggle against mechanical invaders from the Alphatron star. Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? If I had known this place would claim the Stinian too, No. It's what had to be done. As by the beating of mighty wings doth wind blow, where dragons may ne'er again touch the sky, he and the shade he bore shall soar free. The wind has stayed the fog that covers this island, and the air, it no longer feels quite so stifling. Look there, the wind. This is a Stinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Forgive me, Elita, but could you go on ahead? I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Whee! A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The Scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped in a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Justinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honour and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting off and on, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Elisa is right. We must press on for their sake. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without the strength of will to match, we're powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshakable conviction will suffice, which makes me question if I'm up to the task. No choice have we but to march onward, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrades' passing. No, there will be time enough after. We have to keep going, even if Justinian isn't here to see it. I'm sure Alphenod wouldn't want to disappoint him. Alphino has regained his composure and is ready to proceed. As Justola and Elise said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps it is a memory of an altogether different world. To be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sand. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can see quite well. Another seemingly barren world. For mercy the air is nowhere stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt provide bothersome in due time. If not for the light emitted by these cliffs, I might well have overlooked this monolith. Sand, sand everywhere. Ah. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script has been etched upon them. Alas, it is not in the language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written words entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Fascinating as the script is, we will glean naught from what we cannot decipher. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. Hard to make out at this distance, but the surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we could find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Hail, travellers! This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I have forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was required to convey our thoughts and intentions, "ia," I believe, was the pronunciation when used to referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this application. As for the nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced as Kofkudach. Yes, Kofkudach of the air. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then? That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered the need for flesh, and have endeavoured to create erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe in proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficient exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of Ea, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ea wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead. Yet the stillness here does suggest that Ea are by and large merely sleeping. More violet-coloured crystals? I cannot place my finger upon it, but there is something unsettling about them. I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours, and yet... Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystallized constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue and set inspiration to its conclusion, which is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object for you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystal domiciles to communicate. I need to complete the story. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the Ea within. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Ah! The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Did your injuries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who are in need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance as long as they remain as they are. And more importantly, you said few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us here along. Kofkodor languidly awaits his Bethlenem's arrival. Okay. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few EA have awakened. Ah, there they are. Oh. May I introduce you to Lalach, Dudich, and Nanid. It has been too long, Copcot. I dare say Satyr 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travellers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travellers. Ah yes, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is plain as the neighbouring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity, thus did I bid them waken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Cupcov, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travellers? That which one is expected to do when receiving gifts? A matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long as it been, I completely skipped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps you could search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nenit. The archives have long been frozen. Lest we subject ourselves to further delay, surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, as they must, regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate on friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent! If you would care to follow, we shall feast to you on the purest ether. bit too bad. How's that? There we go. To think that I'd forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since I was the last awake? How do we get rid of this? Not that I'm averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Maybe if I move it slightly to the side. I'll move it slightly this way. Yeah, maybe that'll... Yep, now it's focused more on me. There we go. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed. In your ability to do so, you avail yourself of dynamis, yes? It's an impressive application, even if it's ultimately pointless like all the rest. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there's a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionals sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. If you're worried about the quality of the ether, don't be. We guarantee it is the purest stuff. We were told to stand where we were like. This strikes me as less a meal and more a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, it would seem that the ear directly draw upon the ether. Ether, this says, but I can't help but feel a bit nervous. If they are thus able to replenish their ether, the loss of vital sustenance isn't likely to cause their demise. Nook nook. I cannot help but feel a flush of excitement when I see your pliable yet sturdy form. I almost have to resist the urge to open you up to see how it all works. Now, be at ease. I would not devolve to such savagery. I may have cast off my body, but I still possess some semblance of rational mind. For the moment at least. If it is as I suspect, then this is a so-called feast. Actually, let us see it for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Holmes world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As for creations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amaret. However, appearances may seem, we must be ever mindful it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in substance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not make partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favour us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are also hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, I shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the EA yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believe we could limit sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labour, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was certainly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to consider our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being, and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversations. If you would learn more, we would share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of abode, a place called Elita. Like our master, Aristotle seeks the truth of creation. How will the truth of Ea, who uncovered only to the end of fall upon her ears? To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life and no sense of haste would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for the knowledge they once must have had, and I struggled to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. You may be intimately familiar with a problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I have often been made clearly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the EA ever felt the same frustration? It is true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Heidelin told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure, and the EA are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of Ea's tale, perhaps I should speak of... On second thought, it would only be a distraction. We will talk more when the time is right. Something seems to be weighing on Urianji's mind. Ere we joined the Ia, there was one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Elita, Grahatia, might have troubled you for your assistance. But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you're plotting, Urianji, but I trust you have your best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go ahead to Elagia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. As long as Urianji explains himself to you, then I shall be satisfied. Do lend him an ear in my stead. There is naught but desert out there. What could Urianji wish to investigate? Go on and assist Urianji with his mysterious task. We shall wait for you. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it among the dunes. Aye, this place shall serve. Is that a spring you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense, to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet among the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Meteor made contact with them while they still lived. Of course! She must have visited the stars of the dragons in Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus she could make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thy known tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ea into their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, you pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harboured for Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in the chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou return us the favour, and abide in faith as I fulfil mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I needs must go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have just found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado then, let us go join our comrades. Let us be off to Elita. The internal workings of your minds are so different from ours. It's miraculous that we're able to communicate at all, and yet the vastness of our intellect and enlightenment is no doubt beyond your grasp. We are prepared for a recounting. To facilitate comprehension, the information will be simplified to match your primitive minds. Your computation in front, the one called you Stola, companion in front, the one named you Stola, she seems the keenest to learn the truth. I pity her. It would seem your star too has been plunged into panic-induced cataclysm. We hope that our tale will not serve to exasperate it. Oh, you're already here. Your comrade said you would be late. I understand you've taken care of business. If you're ready to begin, then so are we. While we waited, we mentioned of our star situation to the EA. They nodded sagely or something to that effect. Don't mind me. Come, let us hear the EA's tale, and learn what has caused such enlightenment beings to crave nihility. It seems everyone's accounted for, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss, If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
That's right! Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you!
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Never have I felt such emptiness, as if a part of me is gone. I'm fine, Elita. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Grahatia regards his comrades in sorrow and silence. Are you ready to continue on? Now let us make for where the light shone. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. Somewhere on Earth EA device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. What manner of place awaits us, I wonder? Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived, not the most welcome of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphinaud with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You see not but patrol machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Subject appears to be capable of thought, yet chooses to keep Firmwood's arm in his possession. Further observation is required. An error has occurred in the trading protocol. Debugging in process. Please stand by. It's a shame that unit currently detects no hostility from you. Combat with a first-place life force such as yourself would prove useful to many here. While we do have data, many units lack inadequate experience. It would be of great help if you decide to engage your combat with. Greetings. Any request you have of this unit should be made in a clear and concise manner. This unit has been designed M51. This unit is responsible for the supervision and operation of the online energy plant. Please direct any complaints or suggestions regarding the plant to this unit. This unit will respond to them as efficiently as possible. This is base Omicron, an outpost constructed to allow us to engage in combat with unfamiliar opponents. In accordance with Stigma's 1's most recent orders, we are currently shoring up the base and our forces. We are awaiting further orders. Your cooperation is requested. Additional entity detected. Look, Elita, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Business unknown life forms detected, assigning generic label interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet Blip Bloop. The planet what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people meanwhile are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but they at least seem forthright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow if you could try speaking with the others. Go on, try speaking with the aliens here. With our combined findings, maybe we can piece together a state of affairs for the Omicrons. The rules of engagement forbid the harming of neutral travellers. As long as you abide by our laws, you need not fear for your lives. Please greeting travellers when venturing outside the post, beware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, please be advised that Sir is the alias of Sigma 1. Sir issues instructions for our forces to the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designated stigma. For the further avoidance of confusion, please be aware that Sir is comprised of multiple distinct but interconnected units, each of which performs a specific function. Business mission and combat capability results negligible. Subject falls outside target parameters. Greetings, traveller. We at the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be a parallel to dragons. Yet though the endeavour yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Since conquering the dragons, no new instructions have come from Sir, but we stand ready for deployment. Blip autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Please specify target. Please specify target. You learned a few things? So did I. Are we sure of findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated areas. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak to? So, the Omicron seek to advance themselves to conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianji's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianji said this? During our investigation before we joined you in Eliga. So, that's the way of it. Why couldn't you just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ia longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M32, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M32 is also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Pointless exercise? What does that mean, I wonder? Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. Grahati is ready to set forth. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not entirely be direct as it seems. Let us all watch our steps as we make our way. Sigma 1, the prime decision-making authority for an entire machine civilization. This mechanism has been faithfully reconstructed in Ostracon Decahexy, originally hailed as Strategic Matrix Alpha 1. Catastrophic damage inflicted upon its systems resulted in its currently assigned designation. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken, awaken. Activate. Password? Well, I tried. The glow would suggest it's still operational, but how are we to interact with it? This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Judging by the size that Omicrons have met, I'm reasonably confident that the console is controlled via the orb. You try touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it, there must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Though I never first encountered Omega myself, and conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the first, we borrowed much of its mastery from the Rift. Indeed, so many times did I read the report of your battle, I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness has also survived to the future. It's a little worse for the wear. I must confess, I was delighted to see it again in the present. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu. An elegant weapon, we once thought. And here we are now, visiting the recreation of its homeworld. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Let us focus on our search on the outpost. Elita and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promised vantage point. Follow me. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting their time with their inquiries. Let us begin by observing Omnicrons. They are supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. The Omnicron is speaking with Alpha now. Till you can hear the conversation, all appears otherwise normal. That's no Omicron, it's an ambiostoma, an especially lively one at that. Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here, it seems completely in its element. The Omicron stands dutifully next to the device. There is not to suggest unusual behavior. The Omnicron stands unmoving, the very picture of a unit on standby. Omicron launches about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. An Omnicron wandering aimlessly, where? Aha, I see it. It's left the base, let's follow it. We'll be certain to ask about the Extended Operations Unit. Not only do they look the same, they say the same things as well. Initiating trading protocol. This unit is programmed to trade for bi-color gemstones, so this unit does not understand what value they hold. Where's that cheeky little fella that was squirming around? I guess I only get to see him through the map. Must be the viewing port thing. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Nothing save for malfunction units. Come, the portal awaits. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. to go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts, leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end, I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply malfunction Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed by the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavour to live, even if we must depend on the forces beyond our control. Tell me, Elita, one day when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Clarity is ready to take the next step. We should return to the outpost for now. The others wish to hear about the errant Omicron. It appears the two of you made a promising discovery. I have given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here were no help. They all had the same thing to say about Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's a business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell us you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sur. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sur, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it wouldn't be possible. The problem is, how does he go about ascertaining that if that's what happened? When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sur, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sur. An inspired idea, I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honours. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Elita, I want you to observe it closely for an anonymous behaviour. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... Oh, that could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alpha Nald and I will stand by the console, and when it's time, we'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. it's you again. What is your query? You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? So glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device that sustains the tree. Providing it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic, ever confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from the intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrades struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console, let's head there. If not to miss with other Omicrons, I dare hope we have found that which prevents our advance. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All's left to have the Omicron devours the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts, that we may shine the way forward.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as they do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, Our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent, for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
I promise. You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back.
I'll see you again soon, Greta. I will bring you back to me.
First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together. Unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. And it will be marvelous. It will.
Yeah.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends. Full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
The crystalline path. He has paved it for us. They all leave so easily. As if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick. That'll be just a start. Fools. All of them. Fools. Amidst the sadness of Alpha's countenance, there is newfound determination. That crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. I won't let it break me. Don't you worry. I never have and I never will. Look, Elita. A portal is opened. It will surely deliver us true, it must. Look up, Elita. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. That's where we're headed, into the maw of darkness. Well, here we are. It's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one sure step at a time. Now more than ever we must walk as one. Will you go and take Alice's hand? Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Graha paved his path for us. We were meant to follow it. Should you start to fall, we'll be there to catch you. I know you'll do the same for us. The numerable lights shine in the distance. To think that they could all birth civilizations. To think everything they built gone to dust. Their peoples lost in despair. Of the stars floating in the sea of midnight, ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and the lazy beside me, there is nothing I fear, no ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unravelled, I wonder if they're also worlds, recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth. Whence we came, and whence we'll return, a wheel from which there is no escape. Thankers would scout the road ahead, we still learn a range would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Elisa about the mission. Justinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while, you would come and go wherever you needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals like we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them, that Hyland has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student. Grandfather alive, I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No. I won't give up on these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither can we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from the journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we've achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just... After all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Of all the recreate rows we've seen, this one feels the most familiar. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Perhaps the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There is simply no one here. Meteon. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop in the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are still only alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. If what Meteon says is true, what are we supposed to do? If there is no one here, then neither should there be an emotion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we will find a way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. If Alice is discouraged, she betrays no hint of it. Whatever Meteor may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Is anyone here? If anyone's heard you, they do not respond. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons or staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for the beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, till it was not. Some object resembles a tree. It appears to be fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups moments ago. Though set slightly off the ground, there appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is closed shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. In the distance you glimpsed Elita picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Elita, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphanod and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
No, I won't allow it.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears.
Don't leave me alone.
Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain.
Please. Don't leave me on my own. I don't want to be alone.
You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life. and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
I'm on my own again.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
In the city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I'll reach you. I'll find a way.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon. Though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
Welcome back, my friends.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteon.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth, and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
I look forward to it.
Oh, don't be that way.
I'll miss you both. It is my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning. they and all of their brethren who returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Aetherius. To go and see all those places and more, and itself has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you, once we've returned together, triumphant of course. For all the lives and all those stars whose light has been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. And it was all I could do to swim against it, then suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt it was the right time to offer the life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. So glad I am to see I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see his tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation, one that will give all of Aetherius cause to raise their voices in celebration. All the lives and stars whose life have been extinguished, for the ancient went forth, I offer a solemn prayer. The scions of the seventh dawn stand ready for the finale. Are you ready, Elita? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls emotions that Meteion has hoarded, the emotions of the innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Everyone's going home today, understood? Aye. Right, I shall stop there for now. I will finish this up tomorrow. It will be quite late when I get home, but I will finish it up when I get back from work tomorrow. I look forward to seeing the ending of this. In any case, love you all, my beloved darlings. Bye for now.